A350's obviously carrying a lot of fish or something. I don't know, because he's going intersect. Look at that. Mind you, I doubt very much that. Maybe he's brought a load of. I don't know. Intersect. All bound for Moo Land. Every single one of them. Justify and drive an ice cream van to the bridge, to the bridge, to the bridge. Justify. Fire up, stoke up these big Trent 9s now. Go on, son. Tom Stevens. Good morning, Tom. Andy B. Avaro, Mrs. Flufage, Richard, Karina, River of Flea, Beverly George, Robert White. Got to sort out Tony Rivers' issue with his model, because I'm not happy with that, to be honest with you. Someone's, we've got to get to the bottom of it, haven't we? Whether it's his fault for putting something wrong on it. Oh, and he's screaming at me as well. I was thinking, it's funny, isn't it? It's like last night when I was talking about, not yesterday, last night, but yesterday when I was, or whenever it was, talking about how you spontaneously think of things. Wow, sooty 900s. Mrs. Flufage saying that the Anchorage catch-up was awesome. That's fantastic, Mrs. Flufage. I'm glad to hear it. It was kind of crazy. Yeah, Screaming Emu mentioning yesterday that he uses canned pressure, doesn't he? High pressure canned. But of course, you know, there was me going, oh yeah, but you're going to blow the dust all over the place, and you maybe take some outside. So my apologies, Screaming Emu, for just assuming that you are just blasting the dust off your models inside the house and not taking them outside, and maybe you're not. John Samuels, Rome checking, ciao tutti. Big bank for the 380, man. We're going to see these things flying for many years to come, I think you'll find. I mean, you know, we have discussed it in detail at great length. Regarding the A380s and how much longer they will be flying for. Well, that is all down to deliveries, really. Saying how the graphics look great, GP. So that's good. Apart from one maybe American person who wants the dates the opposite way around. So there we go. David Blaine. Isn't he the magician? Gifted a channel membership. This is Floofage saying about the moose encounter, the the speed in which you evac'd the area was, yeah. Now we do get head-on shots here as well, folks, so, you know, I'm doing my best to sort of like get as much as I can. Nice to get a message from my sister commenting on how nice it was that we did that retirement flight for that American captain. Oh, did we get a reply? Did we get a comment? Okay. It's not the busted nose one, is it? No, he's all right there. Oh look, it's got a little bit of paint on it at the bottom. Oh, have you? Lazy, Sam. Lazy. Oh, that's an absolute pleasure. Oh, Maddie and Captain Sanders, thank you so much, Captain. We don't call him Captain anymore, do we? It's Mr. Sanders. He'll always be a captain. Yeah. Les, just noticing, have we got new badges? You have. Introduced in Anchorage. Administration being carried out in Anchorage. Administration down in Anchorage. Oh, lots of people commenting on how good they look, GP. Let's just cut to this little fella, shall we? The little prop, the ATR. How raked the engines are, how they point down. That is because when the aircraft is at the correct pitch angle, which is nose up ever so slightly, obviously the most efficient pitch angle for the aircraft, the engines will actually be straight. Meredith Jane has gifted 5 channel memberships. Thank you, Meredith. Don't forget, folks, this coming week we have an all members mystery show coming up. Zoe asking if the weather gets stormy later in the week. No, I won't. No. I've got a game of chess that I'm booked in for. It's a 3-day special. So if there's storms outside and it's all windy and blowing and dustbins flying down the road, no, got to play chess. Of course I'm going to be out there, Zoe. Yes. Zach, going to Copenhagen. Vanderbilt, Copenhagen. No, haven't been there, my friend. Some people mentioning Steph, Jill Perry, Susan New, Gareth Lydia, Legend Freddie Laker. Did you see your DC-10 model in the ARD show that I did yesterday? That's very true, actually, Jilly. What Freddie Laker's saying there. All you need at the bottom is what camera you're using, and then you're answering half of the questions that are asked. Thing is that when you do that, people still ask. Nick Gray, that was a heron. Oh, we got someone's family on Singapore Slinger, I think. Graham the Wood, could you email us at contact@bigjet.tv with your Toulouse update? That would be very much appreciated. Thank you, sir. Information. Livy Maidman. Scropey was watching the show, Jerry. They had 380 models. Blimey, we did a whole segment on the Honu, the orange Honu, and there was just multiple A380s. Yes, Scropey was watching it. Obviously, Scropey, you didn't watch all of it, is all I can say. The Rubbish Mechanic. I just ordered the Britannia 767 from Aviation Retail Direct. Excellent. Britannia 767. Didn't we show that one yesterday? You've got the 75, haven't you, Jenny, or is it 76? 75, yeah. Andrew Hickingbottom, liking the newer, smaller, compact and compressed overlay. There we go. Verbal input from Jerry, physical control by Jilly. No spring trap. That was like I just said. I asked Jilly if we could compress it, and she went off and did her thing. Yeah. While I was shooting a half reasonable 86 and coming second overall in the last match of the year. Zach Joseph Travel. Did you hear about a document called the British Airways? Yes, I have seen that. Yeah, I did watch that. Very weird individual, but you know, it's a bit of a shame that you know, they had to link it to British Airways. I'm sure that I don't know whether British Airways had a say in that or what, but I mean, obviously it was common knowledge, wasn't it, that he flew for British Airways, but you know, there you go. Darren 747, good morning to you. That model shot was awesome. Tom Stevens upgraded to premium. Okay, so he's a okay. So Tom is what, a new member? Okay. He's returning as a member. He is a member. Sam Tweedale, Mark C 1974. Electric Mike. Nice little tower icon. I didn't have any input in that. That was Jilly who did that. That's brilliant. Stuart Ross liking the gear shot. Rear wheel steer on the 777. That's all locked now, of course, before he goes full throttle. We've got a Gulf Air Dreamliner intercepting. You see you can see clearly now why they call them the canoes, folks. See how they're hollow at the top there. Those fairings there that literally cover the screws that work the flaps. Lucy Bundiro has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Lucy. Scropey. Okay, so he meant too many planes here. I can fully appreciate what you're saying there, Scropey, because there were a lot of planes. Only went through one of the cabinets. Only went through one of the cabinets. It's crazy, isn't it? How Spirit Airlines are filing for bankruptcy. That's pretty insane, I have to say. Okay, you're ready to go. They're ready to go. Watch the engine intensity of the heat. Watch as the heat intensifies, and there we go, down to a point, almost like it's here we go. Rainbow Love has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Rainbow Love. Sharon giving a shout out saying thanks for the gift, not been on for a while. Hopefully you're getting through it, Sharon. Yeah, Chili's got a pilot's hat on. God's sake. You had to have it, didn't you? Just an enormous aeroplane in it, folks. The original jumbo jet, it has to be said. Banking turn from the Saudi jet. Quite low cloud cover. "22 wheels on my wagon." 22 wheels, 18 of them are braking wheels, believe it or not. Insane. Yes, filing for bankruptcy, but however, it sounds to me like there's going to be some kind of a, they're not going to go like down the pan, so to speak, like a, you know, they're going to restructure the airline, a bit like what ITA did. Like what Alitalia did to restructure and then privatise. I think it's now a private company, ITA. It's no longer run by the government, I think. Lenny. Electric Mike, loving the 380. Yeah, great story behind that. Just everything about the A380. You know, they had the same kind of issues that the 777X are experiencing right now in terms of the delay in deliveries as a result of. I didn't actually follow it, but I think it might have been for certification of the type, and understandably so. You know, you've got to think that the CAA, the FAA, etc., would, or whoever it is that allots the certification, you would think that would be like, oh blimey, we got a double decker here. We need a, you know, one of the things was evacuation, making sure that you could evacuate. In fact, the reason why Boeing did not continue with the 747 double-decker variant, which was the original idea, was because they couldn't evacuate the passengers in 90 seconds, 90 seconds. That may have been because they didn't think about putting doors at the top, because back in those days the air bridge was even the air bridge was in its early conceptual stages, so no way could they think of putting an air bridge that would rise up to the top there on that top deck. So that's perhaps the reason why Boeing opted to bring it down to a single deck. And if you basically go behind where that where the end of the Speedbird ribbon is there, and then chop that back bit off, it's just jumbo jet, isn't it? Really? And move the cockpit up about 10 feet. Andre Hast saying, I photographed a brand new Spirit A320neo 5 weeks ago at Hamburg on a test flight. Yeah, I wonder if it is going to be delivered, please. Whopping great big aeroplane. Karina, off to Miami. Aaron Thomas as well. Arwen 1006 has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Arwen. Now these Trent 900s could be very sooty. Deborah Davis, fashionably late to the party. Watch for the soot. Here it is. Ooh, I spot a nice Delta 767 breast cancer awareness jet coming out. It's a good example I'll be able to show you now about how pitched the nose is on the 767. Specifically the Dash 400. Richard Dockeray, thank you. Gavin Smith, strange flight on radar on Friday. VS 649 to Newark. From Newark to Stansted and then changed Virgin 973 to Heathrow. Interesting. That's a positioning flight, isn't it? Yeah. Interesting to hear that I think it's Delta who announced yesterday that they're buying 14 A321neos to transport as charter aircraft to transport the basketball teams. You believe that? Yeah. I'd imagine that during the off season, because they don't play basketball all year, do they? I'd imagine during the off season they'll use those for, or probably also use them all the time for Trent 800s, folks. Now I do like, if you're not a fan of deep zoom, folks, then I would suggest you look away, because this is a position where we get a great opportunity to look close at the engines, the undercarriage, rear gear steer, slightly smaller undercarriage system on the 777-200. But that back set of wheels there, folks, has an independent steering system to assist the front gear, and that will stop it from dragging, literally, because otherwise it would tear the tyres. And it also allows it to have a better steering capability. Now you can hear those engines humming away, man. Yeah. Jerry's deep zoom. You've got it, James. Yeah, that's to replace all the 757s. I heard that apparently the 757s are equipped to carry just 53 people. Whether they're going to configure those 321s, if they are, then blimey, they're getting a lot of money from the basketball teams, aren't they? Philip Lowry, there we go. Never knew that the 777 had rear steer. Indeed it does, sir. Blue sky. Loving it. Not going to get any of that today, I'm afraid, Blue Sky. Dave Carrington. Yeah. Gina Graham, loving the shot. Now, if you look down there, you can see the... Okay, so we've got a 350, okay. Yeah, I guess, you know, you could compare the two. But look how the nose is pitched down on the 767. Crazy, isn't it? Scott McLeod went down to ARD yesterday. Yeah, that was a very impromptu visit to Aviation Retail Direct yesterday, folks. I must be honest with you. I normally play golf on a Saturday, but as I wasn't yesterday because I played on Thursday, just went to ALD because it's just went on Friday and went on Saturday. I'll be honest with you, I like going down there because it doesn't matter how many times you go down there, you're like, oh blimey, look at that. You know, I didn't see that. They get new stuff, and so it's not the same old thing all the time. And some of the lovely old 747s that they have down there as well. So I'm imagining that the new 797 is going to have a fuselage. You know, yeah, go to see the cat, yeah. So some of these aircraft, some of the more modern aircraft running ceramic brake systems that can obviously deal with a tremendous amount of heat. Don't forget that the piston caliper arrangement is nothing like what you get on a vehicle. On each wheel there is, or on each wheel set, there is a circular caliper system, which is literally a ring of pistons which push either via hydraulic systems or via electric motors, which is what they have on the Dreamliner. I think the actuators are actually electrically powered, because I mean they say that they've got electric brakes on the Dreamliner. But up to what point it's electric, I'm not sure. But obviously, you know, to reduce the weight, it's much lighter to operate an electrical system than it is a hydraulic system. Although I would argue that the batteries are very heavy, so there may be a bit of a trade-off there. Colin Hunter, Arwin 006. Did I give Arwin a shout out for? Gifting a 5-channel memberships. Thank you, Arwen. Oh, I did I? Catherine's wife, that is apparently Arwen's. That's Catherine's wife. Okay. Jamie Whitaker, good morning. Off to Larnaca Tuesday morning at 8:25 a.m. with BM. My last few times from Heathrow, you have filmed my flight. Singapore 380 and Emirates 380. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Jamie. Alan Tonkinson. Squopey. Ivan Bowden, or Bowden, has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Ivan. Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? The whole issue with delays in aircraft production. it's interesting that in terms of a number, I think Airbus have adjusted their 2024 deliveries to by 70, reduced it by 70 in number, which doesn't sound like a lot when you're talking about, I think at the moment in terms of deliveries, Airbus are nearly double what Boeing are, and obviously we know why that is. We don't need to sort of like, you know, talk too much about that because of Boeing's woes. One thing that is very woey is the fact that it is just mainly limited to the MAX, the 737 MAX production or assembly machinists that are on strike now into their 21st day, something like that. Jamie Whittaker, thank you Jamie, has gifted a channel membership. They need to deal with that, man. The new boss needs to go down there and meet with them all and sit them all in a room. I mean, obviously there's 30,000 of them, I can't do that, but you know, have some kind of a face-to-face conference with the workers. Forget about the management. Forget about all the other people, all the pen pushers. Let's have a chat and have a word with the people that are in dispute, and find out what it is that they need. I know they need because they did offer a 25% wage increase, didn't they? But did I say Jamie Whittaker had gifted a channel membership? Don't know if I did. Oh, Philip Jones, they used an electrical braking system for an in-city 125. Hopefully be able to get in touch with Virgin tomorrow. I don't know how long what's her name's on holiday for, but we'll have to wait and see. Obviously she'd probably need a week to get back up to speed, so don't really want to see it bugging it. But we've got other things that we can be doing, folks. We have, you know, well, there's something that's happening in the background with Big Jet TV. I don't really want to go too much into it because it's something that, if it worked, it would be pretty game-changing. But purely down to the fact that kind of knowing how this whole industry works, it's a little bit funny. Hey, can I give a shout out to Josh, who flies with, and he doesn't fly, he works with, he heads up the cargo handling at Stansted with China Cargo. How about that? Sometimes also gets called down. I'm going to be quiet here, folks, because you know what you can hear over there? You can hear that 767. So listen to this. So remember about Josh, Jelly. I need to continue the Josh thing. Good to see you, Josh. Good to meet you, and very excited to hopefully do something with you. He handled the shipment of 18 Aston Martins. Had to fire up each one and start it just to make sure they worked. Imagine calling it, Sir William, do you want some dreamies? Look at those beautiful engines, man. All those exotic materials used in the manufacturing of those engines. The exhaust tip that you can see there, which is it's not through the very, I think that's just a vent, that the one right in the middle, the little pointy bit at the end of the point, but out and around it You can see the air that's bypassing the engine. You can just about see the stator blades there. And you can see how small the core of the engine is there, folks. The bit that does all the work, so to speak. Well, I say does all the work. It's actually the compressor blade at the front, the blades at the front that do all the main work in terms of, like, you know, thrusting forward. Oh wow! See how smoky those things are. Oh, nice bit of vortex off the deck there as well, like that. So I'm gonna go straight onto this 350 head on, folks. So we get to see the engines. I'll tell you what was also in the news that I saw, which is quite interesting. It's not often that you get to see or hear about. Let me just come onto this. Oh man, I'm gonna have to follow this one out. Here we go. Sorry. GE90 powered 777. Raptor-X confirming that jet off to Houston. Quite rare GE90 powered 777-200. Usually the Pratt & Whitney PW4000s as well, isn't it? Did I pronounce get it wrong, the Virgin jet? I think so. It looks like a drag racer, doesn't it, look? Old 767-400. It does have winglets, but these are the raked wingtip, as you can see there. Sort of like developed alongside the 777 program, but I think first applied to the 764 and then very soon after that applied to the 777-300, all variants, and the 200 freighters as well. Stuart Ross engine cowls look a tad worn on the 76. Actually, they look quite clean. See how much smaller the engines are. Stabilizers, the horizontal fins just vibrating from the power of the force of those engines, man. Ian Smith, get your name down for membership, Ian. Good to see so many Rolls-Royce engines. 14 years making fan discs and turbine discs up in Washington, Tyne and Wear. Awesome. So that will be titanium blades, will it? making fan blades. So, you know, Ian would know about the manufacturing process of the main low compressor fan blades at the front of the aircraft, the ones that you see basically, not the internal compressor blades, but the front main main fan blades right at the front. Everything up till literally current day has been titanium, but I think it's blown titanium, almost the same, well, I mean, not the same process as blowing glass, obviously far more sophisticated, but it is a system where I think they're like have a honeycomb center with a chocolate outline. No, honeycomb center. That's a crunchy, isn't it? A honeycomb center with air pockets in them, which are blown when and then they obviously the cooling process, both the heating and the cooling process are really important in terms of the manufacturing processes. Ian Austin, I'm a bit behind, just about to watch the Rome shows. There we go, Diesel 1-3. Zoe B, October is breast cancer awareness month in the USA. Well, they still fly that jet all the time. It just is a coincidence that obviously we're seeing her today. We've seen that many, many times here in London. Danny Swanepoel tuning in from Joburg. Hey, how's it? A 777, loving the 767s. Yeah, it is a great unit, isn't it? Sort of like, you know, an aircraft that was developed as the first real wide body, wasn't it? With Boeing, and then of course this that we see here, the A330, is let's give these guys a little bit of love, shall we? Because those IAE engines, folks, we take them all for granted. Let's just look at this one on from the side. But the International Aero Engine, which is a conglomerate engine manufacturer with, I think, General Electric, Safran, maybe. Pretty sure that Rolls-Royce had a part in that in terms of the compressor blades. Or maybe it was actually the Rolls-Royce developed the combustion chamber of this IAE engine. Steve S, yeah, sorry, yeah, you're right, mate. 747 was the first wide body, but yeah, twin engine, sorry, the first twin engine wide body jet, because the A300 had been developed by Airbus, and of course that caught Boeing a little bit off guard, methinks. Of course the 747 was the first wide body long range jet, wasn't it, really, to sort of like boost the you know, because the 707 was still flying long range, but it had to hop, didn't it? If it was going from Los Angeles, did it have to not hop over for fuel? Cheryl Howard, good morning. Yes, mystery show this coming week. Hello, Harold. Can't understand. So this 320neo that you're looking at here, folks, this is with Brussels. Oh, okay. Icelandair 737 MAX, yeah. But he said 757 model. I don't think we had any 757 models at ARD yesterday. Rosie Wilkin. Well, put a set of Bluetooths in, Rosie, and prune the flowers and till the beds and weed the beds and sow the fields and scatter the good seed on the land. So that's Brussels' latest Icon jet. They call it's a series called Icon with Brussels. Blue sky. Blue Sky OAP Aviation Lover, dear head teacher, Melanie is suffering from, so sorry, she can't be here today. We will get her back in Aston as she recovers next day. Yours respectfully, the Perrins. Is that a legitimate... Oh, the parents, maybe. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I got you. Yeah. Oh, I've got you. I caught the back end of that then. Yeah, right. Okay. Oh, yes, it is, Melanie. We plough the fields and scatter. What did I say? What's making that noise is this. Stibbons. Yeah. Again, big shout out to Josh, who works with China Cargo. On the 777-200 freighter. And we're hoping to get up to Stansted and do a show with them, folks. Takes a little bit of organisation. Obviously, the first thing you need to do is clear it with China Cargo that they're happy, and then China Cargo need to also be happy that or informed that the client is happy as well. They do have a GE90 engine that they're going to be shipping in the upcoming weeks, and so I've asked him to see if he can get us up there for it. It all depends on the client and depends on whether it's because obviously if it's got an operator's name on the packaging, you don't want any of that. So we would have to sort of like blank that out, because obviously we can't do live fuzzy. Stuart Watson. What's that? Fishing with Mr. W. And that's Gary. He's gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Gary. Morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Sunday morning, 11:30 here in London. We're at London Heathrow. Thank you to London Heathrow and all these amazing operators for giving us this this viewing pleasure. Look like CF6s on this jet. These are the engines that powered the DC-10 amongst other aircraft as well. 747s. It's a very old design, this engine. 767s, 747s, 330s, as you can see there. DC-10 and the maybe even the TriStar straight out. Okay. As they step on the gas, watch the rudder corrections, and that will be linked to the front nose steer. 60 knots. Now he's on the pedals, straight on the rudder, staying on the pedals, or she. Little tiny corrections. It only needs to be a tiny correction because there's a little bit of What's that? Oh, brilliant. Fair play. I'd done him at the roundabout, didn't I? No, it hasn't got a camera on it, mate. Thanks, Niall. It's spatial awareness, mate, isn't it? Spatial awareness. Aaron Thomas. New Iberia is all boring white. So this is airbrushed, folks. Tomorrowland is this is one of the icon jets. So, like I say, it's as far as I'm aware, it's not a sticker application, as in vinyl. It's too much there, isn't there? It's all airbrushed. Wow! Think of the layers that they have to go through to create that. We have caught no DC-10s, MD-11s, no TriStars. I don't think there are any TriStars, airworthy TriStars, that is, anywhere. Probably a few in a few of the breakers yards, isn't there? I'd imagine. Triple seven then. The Neo windshield. Not all of BA's fleet don't have the black eyeliner on the windshield, which is a shame because look, it kind of just looks like, well, I mean, I know it's the same body and all that, but it just looks a lot more. See what I'm talking about there, folks? And when we see another Neo that has the eyeliner on it, you'll know what I'm talking about. I think it's an added extra. I think it might be an anti-glare option, possibly. Senior had a friend who went to Tomorrowland. Apparently it is pretty gnarly. It's a isn't it once a year or something? It's a festival, isn't it? Look at this, lovely. It's another 330 CEO. Listen to those engines, man. Oh, Graham Alexander, there's one remaining TriStar. It's the Star Captain. Paul Bowden, stunning artwork. All hail the CF6, I think. Or are they Pratt & Whitney? It might be Pratt & Whitney. See the reverser door cowl that's been. I think these sound like Pratt & Whitney's. Listen to this, man. So they're going to have to power up to get themselves up to the entry point. So you're going to get a power up. So I'm going to be quiet for this one. Stubby little engines. See, it doesn't have the elongated exhaust tip on it. Off to Salt Lake City, Raptor is telling us here. Cut to this 350. Look how smart the front end of this thing is. The black around the screen absorbs the heat, taking it away from the glass, similar to the space shuttle when it re-enters the atmosphere. Probably a little bit less than one. But yeah, I see what you mean. Friction and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so mind you, I don't know if it's the sun's rays are not going to take a great deal. Does it absorb? Because obviously the windshield gets the full force of the heat, doesn't it? But also you have to consider friction is a see how the exhaust stream compresses to that one line. It's fantastic, mate. Saying Icelandair 767 just coming. Yes, we will get that. They'll turn that round within an hour, I would have thought. Oh, John G. Windy midweek. These are the Trent's 800s on. Nev tuning in from Austria. Said you can't go up there. Obviously you need to consider them finishing at lunchtime, but yeah, well, does all that land belongs to them, so that would mean all the way up the hill as well, wouldn't it? Because that's all one piece of land, isn't it? The car park. yeah, the gravel area. So that's going to be tarmacked, is it? Okay. Well, they, you know, I mean, the restaurant's preference would be that if you're coming and parking in there, that you're a customer of the restaurant slash, because it is a restaurant bar brasier. Is that right? Brasier? Isn't that a bra in French? Sorry. He's a barista. No, but I don't know. Yeah, just so long as you're going to either buy a pint of lager, a chicken sandwich, or a bra. Yes, sir. We have a wonderful selection of brasiers. Sorry. Brasserie, there we go, for Green Acres, yes. Morgan's gifted a channel membership, thank you, Morgan. EGPX KM Malta sneaking ahead of the Virgin, easy for you to say. Yeah, it's kind of like a funny one to get used to, the whole KM Malta thing, isn't it? Can I just call it Malta? A Malta jet? What's the KM for? Mark White, great streamer's always got up this morning to find a 787 at the top of the stairs. Turns out I left the landing light on. Is there a joke there, or? Linger for lingerie, yeah. But I've come to buy a bra, mate, and take some pictures of planes. Yeah, that's interesting how they will deal with that, because you know, you do have the new path down by the road has been quite significantly altered or modernised, should I say? You know, obviously for cyclists, let's get that straight, for cyclists, but there is enough space there where you can stand off the track, off the cycle path, and or the pathway itself, so as not to impede anybody, which is what you don't want to do. But above it, those two, now there's two, and they're gonna tarmac it, are they? We're talking about Toulouse here, folks. Where I was filming from the last time we were there, and we're talking about the gravelled area, which is we understand from somebody who's just messaged us that it's going to be tarmacked at some point, but the gates don't open till 11 o'clock, because they don't open the place till 11 o'clock. Fire it up, which is fine. So Pilot Boy is someone else who needs to get membership, Pilot Boy, so I can discuss stuff, because you know what you're talking about. Obviously talking about the aileron, which is actually the sort of like it is the high-speed aileron. The Boeing jet has two sets of ailerons on it, one behind the engine, as you can see there, that one moving, see either side, you can see it moving there, see it flapping away, and the one on the very outboard section of the wing, which is the low-speed aileron. So during flight, you will see mainly those flapperons, as some pilots call them, or engineers, or technicians, or aviation people. Some call them ailerons, some call them because it is a high-speed aileron. There's your there's your non-eyelinered 320 jet, and there is your eyelinered 320 jet. See how much sexier that thing looks? As they lose hydraulic power on power up. Is that so? So the hydraulic power leaks, well not leaks, but reduces. Is that because of, trying to think of the whole sequencing of that in terms of, you know, when they power up, why does the hydraulic power, the hydraulic pressure reduce? And then it picks up, it goes past the neutral point and then goes down into the neutral position. I'd like to get it from a you know, from a designer's, you know, well, from an engineer's perspective, exactly why that happens, or actually maybe the process of what happens, because we know what happens visually. I'll tell you, I'll show you what I'm talking about in a little bit, folks, because it's on the 787 and on the 777s. So you'll be able to clearly see what I'm talking about with the high speed and the low speed ailerons. Alpha Echo, hydraulic pressure is removed at the start of the takeoff to reduce the vibration load on the actuators. There we go. Alpha Echo, thank you. So yeah, so the hydraulic pressure is reduced or removed even completely. But if it was the case, would it just not flap around? Anyway, does it, or is it reduced, not totally removed, or do they cut the hydraulic pressure at the start of takeoff? In other words, when the throttles are applied to reduce the vibration load on the reduce vibration load on the actuators. The actuators are the like shafts, folks, the hydraulic shafts that move the I don't know how many actuators there are on the high speed aileron. Alpha Echo, the flaperons are allowed to float free and droop until the increasing airflow causes them to rise. Wow. Wow, they must be pretty blooming heavy then, because it takes quite a long time for them to rise. And then when they rise, they go up actually past the neutral position, and then they rest back down into the neutral position. We'll show you an example of that sequence on the probably either the Dreamliner or the 777 that's coming out. Nick Hulse loving the floofage on the 747s at Anchorage and the road trips, yes. Aaron Thomas, Singapore Slinger, the A380 has just pushed back. These are the, I think these are the Pratt & Whitney engines on TAP's jets. Is it the Pratt & Whitney or is it the LEAP engine? John Singleton saw lots of TAPs last week in Lisbon. Our hotel was just off the line of the approach path. It was very cool watching planes on approach. Oh, we'll have to remember that for next time, John. What's the name of that hotel? Look at these big old GE 9115s, man. Look at that big old lumping engine. Louisa. Got Stuart Watson gifting 5 channel memberships, and Louisa Knight is a brand new member. Welcome, Louisa. Avro Arrow. World capital of floofage, Anchorage. Alex Thomas, keep in mind the low pressure under the wing it'll tend to stay downward till significant slipstream airflow can keep them neutral with the wing. Okay, so there we go. So the hydraulic pressure is when is it activated, the hydraulic pressure? Because it's almost, I mean, obviously it has to be on rotate. So I'm guessing once the initial takeoff vibration has gone, then they can activate the actuators, I'm guessing. This one off to New York. New set of rims on the front. Airframers Boeing and Union to resume contract talks on 7th of October. Strike pain spreading. Yeah, not good, man. Not good. You know, I feel for both parties in a way, because obviously Boeing are hemorrhaging money, literally. In my view, it would be a case of reaching out to the 30,000 odd workers themselves, sitting them down and saying, please guys, can we not all work together, do some kind of a structured deal, so whereby we can lay these increases out over a period of time, guarantees here, guarantees there, all that kind of stuff, because they need to do something, and do something quick. They'll never go down. Boeing will never go down. But what will happen is that operators will start cancelling orders. It's interesting read the other day that I saw about Lufthansa and the fact that their 777X orders have been delayed so long that as a result of that Lufthansa themselves ordered some 787s to fill that void of where the 777 is supposed to be. I'd imagine 787-10s. However, even more delays now with Boeing have meant that those 787s that were supposed to fill the void of the 777Xs are not transpiring either. So it's pretty frustrating, obviously, for all parties. But, you know, wow. Alpha Echo, above 80 knots hydraulic pressure is returned to them, and then they power and operate as part of the flying control surfaces. Okay, Alpha Echo, thank you. Okay, at 80 knots. Right, so we'll see this build up. It's around about 60 knots, isn't it, where the front wheel steering, the nose gear steering is locked, I think. In other words, the pilot steering the aircraft now could be steering that using either the pedals or his tiller, his or her tiller. And then around about 60 knots, the front gear locks. Now the flaperons, or the ailerons that we're talking about, folks, here, as you can see at the end of the wing there, that's the low speed aileron. And then you have the high speed aileron, which is this big flap. Now watch here, it'll lift, then it'll drop. Okay, so that's literally not having any pressure, so that's flexing as a result of the engine exhaust. Now the hydraulic system has been activated. Wow, look at that. Slightly different system on the Dreamliner to the 777. Joe Don has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, Joe. So you'll see what I'm talking about here, where the Dreamliner is ever so slightly different. It goes up, then goes back down to neutral, then goes past the neutral, and then goes up to neutral. So obviously the exhaust, the thrust from the engines initially is blow it. If there's no hydraulics in that will blow it. There we go. Goes down first. So the hydraulics have been. That's not charged at the moment. That's the natural airflow picking that up. Goes past the neutral, and now at 80 knots, the hydraulic system will be activated, and that will drop down to its neutral position. Now, she's a flying surface. Frankie Wilds has gifted a channel membership. Thanks, Frankie. And of course, the interestingly, the Agent M saying, "I do love this channel's community." Isn't that a nice thing to hear? No mid-wing flapper on the Airbus jet, on any of the Airbus jets, apart from the A300, which was developed at a time when there was sort of like, you know, standard building regulations that you had to abide by and have a flapper on a big wing jet. Wow. Yeah, wow, that's crazy, man. Penny Haskins, at the moment Virgin are not flying from Gatwick. I'm led to believe that they are considering a return there. And here comes the Slinger. Don't we have somebody on the Slinger, Jilly? What was that? Say that again, sorry. Mike 747-8 sister Jill is on the Singapore Slinger, folks. Do we know a seat position? Do we know if she's by the window? Ian Hanna, yeah. Again, more people talking about the filing for bankruptcy with Spirit Airlines. We're expecting it to be a takeover, a management takeover, or a buyout, or something like that. Maybe a new bank is going to get hold of it, or something like that. I don't know, but quite why Spirit are suffering the way they are, because obviously we see them all the time. It doesn't ever look like they've Simon, it worked. What's that? Oh my goodness me, really? I can't see it. Take care, Thea. Mike Delta 11. Okay, Simon apparently has got his chat working after months of trying, I believe. What a relief, man! Can you imagine that? Look at this coming down Sierra. Yeah. Beverly George saying in front of the Slinger is Golf Victor Delta India Alpha, the Virgin Dreamliner that had a coming together with the BA 350. So with a replaced wingtip. And I think that's possibly it. Just popping out there. Thank you, Beverly. Mike 747-8F. Cashier number 4, please. British Airways, yes. Does happen from time to time, you see. Sue Minge, sorry. Sue saying, really like the new logo in the bottom left-hand corner. It's nice to have the flight radar on rather than where it was before. There we go. Perfect layout. Ellis Chernoff, speaking of drooping ailerons, MD-11s, it's optional. Most airlines use it, but FedEx does not. Interesting. So FedEx retains the actuator hydraulic pressure on their MD-11s, do they? That's interesting. Why would you change the dynamics of the operating system on an aircraft? 777, Lenny talking about Sid Squad seeing a 777, Delta 777 the other day. Yeah, very rare thing. I thought they got rid of them all, to be honest. I was convinced that Delta had disposed of all. Well, certainly coming to Heathrow. Wade Perry, the height of the stabiliser, the vertical stabiliser on the 380. Look at it towering above everything else, man. Oh, Robbo, mate. What a great shame, mate. Stay strong, fella. I don't know what else I can say there. It's always a sad, sad time losing a loved one, mate. Stay strong, stay positive. Your old man would have liked you to have stayed happy. Remember him in good light and happy times. Yeah. Alex Thomas, I have a few friends who work maintenance. I do volunteer crew chief maintenance on World War II aircraft, not a pilot though, only 13 hours flying left seat. I like the engineering. Yeah. Got a couple coming out there. Morgan A380, insanely big. Oh, he's on tow. This is the GE90. Probably a GE90-90, I would imagine, on this 200. Graham the Wood 1 is a new member. Welcome, Graham the Wood. It's an old engine type, that, folks. Obviously, this thing has been overhauled many times in its lifetime. Interesting, I read yesterday one of those well, I thought it was interesting anyway. Alaska Airlines have retired their first 737-9 in their fleet, the 737-9, which was a very unpopular, or is a very unpopular aircraft with Alaska, apparently. But they still have got like 400 of them or something like that. Or is it 400 total 737s? Crazy, man. 27 years old, this jet, folks. The cycles, not bicycles, but 737-900 still operated commercial flights as recently. Oh, that particular one is 30th of September. The airframe, and get this for numbers, folks. You might need to sort of like write this down and get your head around it, but it is pretty crazy. This is coming from CH Aviation. The data of the aircraft, the Alaskan 737-900 that was retired, went to Pinal, which is the biggest breakers yard in the United States of America. It's a storage place as well, and I think they do maintenance there as well. But yeah, this Alaska 737-900 was a very, I think it was unpopular because of its capability for long haul. But anyway, it had accumulated 73,000 flight hours and 29,635 flight cycles. On average, that aircraft operated 3,142 flight hours and 1,270 flight cycles annually, with an average utilization of 8 hours and 36 minutes per day. That aircraft was operational. Now it goes to show how oh, okay, so Qantas can use this runway now, can't they? Because we've got the little Joey coming out, and that's for let's do this one for old matey's dad, shall we? For the Aussie fella. Yeah, still think about my old mum. Mainly my mum, not so much my dad, because I didn't see much of my dad, and he died when I was off over in America. Blah blah blah. Yeah, you know, think about times in your life when you see something like, you know, like an old video from the Top of the Pops or something like that. Oh yeah, or an old Coronation Street. Yeah, my mum used to love watching Corrie. Always a good thing. Darren, 747 Steggles, why does BA seem to keep their 777 for nearly 30 years? Well, Darren, other operators are also keeping their aircraft for that sort of amount of time. United, American, I'm not sure their entire age, but there are still operators around the world who are still operating older aircraft. And the reason why they're operating the older ones is because obviously they have a time scale that they operate to in terms of how long they're going to they plan to operate that aircraft for. But obviously, as we keep discussing, the problem that these operators are having is they can't get new aircraft quick enough. They just cannot. Canada 330 on radar for Toronto, Paul Skilling saying. Max 737 over by British Airways, John G. Which British Airways? Here's an example, folks, of how sophisticated and how highly advanced these aeroplanes are. I mean, I'm not saying that you know, these smaller 320s, these are oh, actually, I think that might be a 319. That might be a 319. That's a very old aeroplane there, isn't it? Well, let's just have a little look on the old Flight Radar 24. Yeah, it is indeed a 319. And kind of the reason why you know that is because of the single exit door over the wing. It's a very old aeroplane. 23 years old, that aeroplane. International Aero Engines. The V2500 is manufactured by International Aero Engines, the conglomerate. But look at these. We've seen that the 318 even can fly across the water, but it had to refuel in Ireland. So in terms of long distance, long range, the 321neo is definitely is one of the main single aisle jets, but the Max does go long range. Something that actually Simple Flying mentioned yesterday, I think, in an article, where they said that the 321neo is the only aircraft that can fly long range, transatlantic. Well, it's not actually. Air Canada used the Max on a long range route from, is it Calgary? They do transatlantic with Calgary. Oh, Stuart Ross. There we go, yeah. It had to refuel in Ireland because it couldn't take off from London City with that capacity of fuel on board, because the maximum takeoff weight was compromised, wasn't it? So, but there you go. It still shows that these guys can now fly. I'm guessing, really, to be honest with you, they could probably do it on an old CEO 320, couldn't they? 321, sorry. See steering actuators at the front there. See the steering actuators, those two dots that you see there. See how the undercarriage the undercarriage doors. That's ETOPS number on there, 1819. Is that 1,819 minutes with a big can't we? Wouldn't be, obviously. Paul mentioned yesterday, was it an Air China or China Southern, or one of the China operators, 318 going for scrap, really, down in Wales. Steph Banks flew A321neo from Bali to Melbourne a couple of days ago with Jetstar. Apart from being a red-eye flight, went well. There we go, Steph. New plane smells. Saw a couple of Jetstar Neos at Toulouse last time we were there. Stuart Ross, what does it say under the radar? Probably the, I don't know if it is anything, I don't know if it is writing, or if it's just fixings or... Slightly different setup for the flapper on. And what is interesting also is that they might set the that? What are you talking about? What? Nick Hulse loving the noise. Awesome. Aaron Thomas. When will Delta withdraw their 767s? When they can get alternative replacements? Both Boeing, well, Delta are going all Airbus, aren't they? So they will be A330-9s, and I'd imagine 350s, a mix of, but 767 is a sort of like medium to long haul, isn't it? It does do the sort of like US, inter-US routes as well, quite heavily, the 767. Delta operate the 3s. Oh, it's Boeing 767-300 written beneath the radome on the Delta, Graham Bird. Thank you, Graham. It's an aircraft type. Hazel Smith, excellent time to swing it. Current winds are, there's a JetBlue going into sector as well. He's just fired up his wing lights, so he's going to move nice and slowly up to the entry point, I'd imagine. Might get a bit of a burst. Just to get him up that ramp. It's a little bit of a ramp there. What is GP? Interesting, Ellis Chernoff. Yeah. Ellis Chernoff, good point that US carriers operate their planes as long as economically viable. Yeah, so in terms of also the maintenance that they have to go through. I mean, United are, you know, with their 767 fleet must be going through hell, but you know, because obviously I imagine that they would want to retire those aircraft because they're costing them a lot of money coming offline and being maintained, aren't they? Because those old Pratt & Whitney engines and the aircraft themselves, just wait for that JetBlue Neo to get gone. China retires everything after 8 years in service. Wow. Maximum 8 years, eh? Really? How long have those China A330s been in service then? Only 8 years. Maximum 8 years. How heavy she looks sitting on her mains, man. Wing is just drooping with fuel, man. When you're sitting at the window seat, right underneath the A there, and you look out along the wing, you can see the end of the wing. You can quite clearly see the wing tip. Sorry, you can't see the wing tip when it's on the ground. As soon as it starts to climb, it literally comes up into shot, and it will flex. It will flex a great deal. You watch this. Split rudder. Jill's on the top deck of this jet, folks. Mike 747s, isn't it? Was it? It used to be Mike 747 Steggles. See the wing flexing up there, folks. Now, if you're sitting in a wing seat, you're now starting to see the the wingtip come into view, and now at the rotate point will be the maximum flex. Flown on that Singapore Slinger, me and Jilly. Singapore to Sydney route leg, sorry. Sharon, how many passengers on that plane? Well, 300 plus, isn't it? Different aircraft, different carriers have different configurations. Some, you know, obviously the there's a big battle in there between the airlines with their seating and what they have to offer. Most of them are sort of more or less the same, with the premium economies and you know, the big seats, the bigger seats. Certainly is a lot better than what it used to be, isn't it? G'day. KC rallying planes, crazy looking at the flex on that wing. Ellis is flown on the Slinger. LAX Narita, Singapore, is it? Sorry. Neil Causa, don't worry about the caps, mate. You don't have to shout, that's fine. But Neil, thank you. It can carry up to 880 passengers. Yes, it can. But that is in a single seat configuration, all economy, if you know what I mean. Thank you for that, Neil. Appreciate it. Simon is a brand new member. Welcome to Premium, Simon. Maybe flex thrust setting. Alex Thomas. There is a flex thrust setting, isn't there? That's like from the old Bomber Boys days, you know, when they used to run the superchargers on the Merlin engines. That was through the gate, as they call it, where they were heavily laden with ordnance, and so had to use the maximum available power on the engines, which in those days is what they used to call through the gate, which you'd go up to the gate point on the throttle settings on the thrust levers. They're actually throttles in those days, weren't they? Because it was all piston engine, but yeah, they'd go up to the maximum point on the throttles, and then they would do what's known as going through the gate, which was where the superchargers kicked in and delivered maximum amount of torque to the props, to the prop shaft, get those things off the ground. So watch for the prop as they apply the thrust levers. They'll go quiet, and then you'll see them change the pitch. There it is. Roomy, Qantas 380 have all upstairs business. Wow, it's all upstairs business on the 380, is it? Wow. 48 premium economy. Wow. So 48 premium economy on which is nothing, on the top deck of the 380, but the rest of it's all business. Wow. They must rake it in, mate. Thomas off to the Isle of Man, John Singleton, Rachel Dickinson, Sydney, Isle of Man. fancy rallying planes. Yeah. Thanks, Casey. I do like to, you know, I do like to mention what knowledge I have, but a lot of the stuff that I get from you guys as well. Zoe B, USA military fighter jets use military takeoff. Yes, I can. Sorry, takeoff speed when launching from. I'll do it in a second. Hold on. Which is just the military's way of saying max power takeoff. Yeah. Well, you definitely need max power on a carrier, don't you? Okay, all the way to Perth on this jet, folks. Watch the flaperons move. Must be a very heavy component, because obviously if you had no funny how the right hand one is sort of like out of sync with the left hand one. Interesting that, isn't it? How the left one is down and the right one is up. So is that counteracting the winds perhaps? Because they are obviously acting as flight surfaces. They are flight. Now you'll see them moving around as they take off. Those ailerons will move about along with the flight surfaces, the ailerons on the outer part of the wing, but also the spoilers as well, which move ever so slightly if there are windy conditions. Beautiful profile on that jet, isn't it? Simon, business airlines. Business keeps the airlines afloat. Yeah, it kind of does, doesn't it, really? It's an unbelievable amount of money. Evelyn Hester. Yeah, let me just have a look. Let me look. I'm just looking for it. Yeah, that's very true, Steph. Don't forget, airlines make little or no money on economy seats, so it's in their interest to have a higher number of business class and first class. Yes, of course it is. No, absolutely. I just I find it quite surprising that you know, they can do the whole upper deck with business on a 380. That's pretty impressive. Nick Hanmore flew in a P-51 Mustang in New Zealand, obviously a Rolls-Royce Merlin-powered P-51. Well, actually, no, it could have been the anyway, he says that it went through the gate. Absolutely fantastic. I can't find it, Jilly, so you're going to have to read it out to me. Hello. You serious, Barney? Barney, you've got to take some video of that if that is true, man. Because that sounds fantastic. So do I. Yeah, actually, it might have been the Packard. Still a V engine. God blimey. Was it? Still a V12, wasn't it? The Packard. It was a variant of the Rolls-Royce Merlin engine. No, actually, it was a Canadian-made Rolls-Royce Merlin, wasn't it? The Packard. But anyway, wow, lucky you. Cucumber. 17 hours on the flight would be horrendous. Desperate for a fame. Look at this. Listen to this. Okay, audio up, folks. Oh, thank you, Ellis. There's your feedback. Slight right aileron during takeoff because the winds are 140.09. So yeah, the winds are slightly coming across, aren't they? So they will feed a little bit of aileron to counteract, so that when they take off, it automatically straightens the aircraft up. Because otherwise, you'll tend to find that you'll catch a little bit of the crosswind element under the aircraft, and it will pitch it either left or right, depending on which way the wind is blowing. It's blowing sort of like almost a southerly at the moment, isn't it? Thomas, nice old United 767, off to Newark, New Jersey, its home base. Spooky Cindy. There's your E-tops again. Of course, the flapper-on action that you see is all done by computers, by the systems themselves. Well, I say by computers. Well, yeah, it is, because there is a, you know, at the point of throttle up, the computers lock the hydraulic pressure out of the actuators, allowing the flapper-on to move freely. It certainly seems to be far more accentuated on the Dreamliner than it is the 777 or the 767. So obviously they've improved that on the Dreamliner, I'd imagine. Obviously, paid it right. Philip Lowry, yeah, we know about it going to. It's been sent down to 380. Has been sent down to Dresden for heavy maintenance. Now, I've got some, not theories, but and I'm sure that our engineering team and pilots will probably back me up on this, but if you buy a big aeroplane like an A380 or any commercial jetliner that you're planning to fly human beings on, the FAA or the CAA, depending on, oh, hold on. See, now that's interesting, because the starboard aileron is definitely more active than the... There we go. So the port aileron has only just started moving. I'm guessing that the computers basically figure out, in terms of the wind direction, the input on the because at this point in time it's still literally a vehicle, and now it becomes a flying machine. Right now is where you start to see all the thanks for that, mate. Start to see everything moving about. What was I talking about? What was I talking about? Global, yes. So if one was to buy an A380 or lease an A380 or borrow money from the bank to buy an A380, whatever it might be, that vehicle, because it needs a CAA or FAA certification of flying, it needs to be, might get a bit of a low speed now. Hold on. There it is. The eerie call of the 220. Pratt & Whitney engines more than anything else. PW 1300G, I think, on this aircraft. It's the low-speed fan blades where the air is passing over them at slow speeds. It creates that noise. So literally, as it spools up, there is a point at which, here we go. There. Now it won't happen again until that aircraft is literally coming into land at the other end, where they're feathering the throttles. But yeah, an aircraft needs to be certified. Canada doesn't have a raccoon. Yes, it does. Steph, yeah, it's crazy sound inside the aircraft, isn't it? Thinking of, I did read some time ago about, that's a great looking livery in it, having that Amy Winehouse look about it. I think it's fantastic. It gives it some attitude, doesn't it, Air Canada's jet? Achilles cat sauce. There are no A220 operators that use a raccoon mask. Well, no, there isn't, because Delta have obviously got 220s, but Air Canada don't. So yes, if you were buying a 380, you would have to have that aircraft certified to fly, and every single aircraft, because how air safety has over the years really been made even more and more stringent. You cannot operate an aircraft without it having gone through heavy maintenance. Well, at least all its up-to-date maintenance checks. I'm wondering whether that 380 was due a D check. And a D check is, you know, obviously A, B, C and D. A D check is the one that is most significant and also takes the longest time. I would say, depending on how busy Dresden are with aircraft maintenance at the moment, that could take anything up to a year to have that aircraft stripped down. If it's going for a D check, that is. But heavy maintenance, when you hear of heavy maintenance, remember that 380 with the global 380, which was China Airlines, was it? China Airlines, was it? China Airlines. Anyway, it's been sitting on its undercarriage for a long time, and so obviously as a result of that, you know, the undercarriage will probably need to come off, or if anything, be swing checked. But during a D check of an aircraft, literally everything comes out of the aircraft apart from the skin. All the removable panels come off, engines come off. I don't know if the undercarriage is completely removed and checked, but as you can appreciate, a D check is like the ultimate MOT. It's an MOT on steroids, isn't it? Well, actually, an MOT is actually not the right word, is it? Because an MOT, or a Ministry of Transport check on your car, is just something where they check the car, regardless of whether it's got anything wrong with it or not. The components on an aircraft have to be removed and inspected. The engines have to be boroscoped. They have to go back to their engine suppliers or an MRO company that's local to them that may be able to look at the engines, because yeah, there's just so many variables that we're talking about. Achilles Katsos. Number 5 for departure on the Aegean 321neo, currently jump seating at the front. Hey, how about that? You can see him. But we might get a head-on shot of Achilles. Is that the right pronunciation? It was China Southern Jet, thank you. Yeah, it's, you know, with that 380 going off for maintenance, to me, it's not something you want to make a big point of. Obviously, it kind of is a good. You could spin it to be a good bit of news for global, because if they're getting that aircraft, if that's going through heavy maintenance, it's highly likely that they've committed to the next stage for their operation. But like old matey was saying down at ARD yesterday, what global should do is initially get the aircraft moving by chartering it, operating it for charters. Highfly are actually going to be operating that aircraft for them, so there's a good chance that Highfly, with their knowledge of aircraft operations, will possibly be able to operate that aircraft on holiday charters or something like that. Whether it will ever be the sort of like the big, you know, lovely trip. Beautiful. Philip, really? I don't know if obviously he's pasted that in there, but removing the inspecting the aircraft's metal skin. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, everything has to be checked. Everything on the aircraft has to be checked. Thank you, Philip. The aircraft is literally stripped from the inside out. Fuel tanks will come out, maybe. Oh! Sounded a bit metal to metal. These Pratt & Whitney PW4000s, wow! Jet, get yourself some membership, mate. Put your name down for it. Mentioned it's got some good comments. One of which being the fact that United or American Airlines, neither of the big American carriers have opted for the 777X. It's too big, basically. Was one of their comments. It's too big. Smoking. Morgan, it was a bit of an odd sound, wasn't it? Okay, we've got to check this Aegean jet for our friend on the jump seat. Gary Boakes, good question. Okay. So see if we can see anybody on that flight deck. I doubt very much that they're going to wave or anything, folks. We just need to see if we can physically see somebody's head. He's going long, which is good. No, I'm not seeing anything. Looks like they need the bleeding demister on going on in there, isn't it? Or is that just a optical illusion? Lee Payne. Welcome back, Lee. As a returning member. Steph, very true. Yeah, the demand isn't there. Americans don't travel overseas as much. I don't know if you could. I'm not only looking on a tiny monitor now. Steph, it does look a bit fogged up. I think that was the background. I think that's the cockpit inside the cockpit interior itself. Gordon Campbell, Jerry, you missed the kind of funky shot when the United Trip Centre took off with the Kestrel hovering close to the runway. Oh, Kestrel funk. We've got some Kestrel funk, apparently. Look at this old thing here, man. Look at that. How old that aeroplane is. Wow. Well, I say old. She's just very tatty compared to her her companion. Bukal Pam saying that she saw someone sitting behind the captain. I just have to. Oh. Yeah, Achilles, thank you for joining us. Have a great flight, mate. Raptor X, 26 years old. Penny Haskett's been on a DC-3. Hey, Ollie. How's it? Lived in Joburg for 3 years. Kruger National Park. Beautiful place, man. This is a big old 26-year-old triple. Look at the nice clean nose on it. Bits and bobs. Panels here and there. Ellis Sherman through the Boeing 727s that were 40 plus years old. MD-11s are 30. Yeah, these things have still got a lot of life in them, ladies and gentlemen. They might look tatty, but they are very regularly maintained. And what's interesting is even these days that the engine manufacturers, certainly on the modern fleet, I'm not sure how far back it goes, but the data systems that the engine manufacturers operate mean that if there is a problem with one of the engines, it will almost certainly come up on the panel at the data center to show that that engine has got some issues with it. So therefore, they're able to speed up the process of fixing the engine. Opportunity to look at the long-range single-aisle twin-engine jet, which is the Max that we're seeing come up here now. Let me just grab this tie, beautiful tie jet turning on here. Look. So, like Anna Fishlock is a returning member. Welcome back, Anna. Is that Andy Fishlock's missus? I don't know. Ellis Chernoff, yes indeed. Most of the most of the repair work can be carried out, which are, you know, ancillary problems where they may have to switch a pump out, or there's a lot of ancillary stuff that can be done on wing at the airport, or even sometimes at stand if absolutely necessary. If it's a, you know, they do oil top-ups even, believe it or not, at stands. You might see them sometimes where they open the little hatch and fill them up with oil. It's a very small amount of oil. It's not, you know, it's I think it's just to power some of the pumps or something like that. Not power them, but lubricate some of the pumps. Or so this is the Air Canada Max, which is long range, folks. It's long range. Going to Halifax. Unbelievable light cluster set up on the Max wing lights. It's just amazing. Looks like a fly's eye. Have a look at it, folks. You might be able to Google under images Max wing lights. Here we go. Wind it up. Oh, it's going to Halifax. Oh, yeah. Look at the size of the Wi-Fi blister. You see, that's a retrofit on that jet, man. Tower. Yeah. Got some cream for that, mate. Yeah, not that Halifax. Oh, yeah. Hazel Smith maximum range of the 737. It's going to be getting on for 4,000. Oh, that's hilarious if we did. $3,850 nautical miles to be precise. I said 4,000, so I wasn't that far off. 737 MAX series, offered in two variants, 138 to 204 seats in typical two-class configuration. So that's 4,430 miles. There we go. I did say 4,000 something, didn't I? And that's of course powered by the LEAP engine. See the new design at the back of the 737, very Dreamliner-esque. Gone is that wedge tail. It's more like it's 777. It's now much more sleek, and probably the airflow's a lot neater, which is why they've been able to do away with the vortex generators. Look at those fans turning there, man. All that inertia, got to get moving. Look at that energy that moved that thing. See how that left flapper on is yeah, they are obviously computer controlled. Well, literally, it is, if one's up, the other one's going to be down. So that's why, as Ellis said, got a bit of a crosswind element. So we're putting in a bit of right-hand aileron to counteract any swing of the aircraft on takeoff. I'm thinking that's right. I think so. I think. Alex Thomas still looks so ancient. Yes. Oldest commercial aircraft design still being made in it. Amazing. John G, I wish Sabina or Sabina 707 would have had those Sabina 707s here, you know. I'd have to wear a mask if I was here in the 1980s. Breathing equipment. Aaron, 400 doesn't have any relation other than the manufacturer. 737 MAX-8, 737-400. I'd say more closer to the Dash 8, but Dreamliner. You know, it's interesting, isn't it, that what was the total delay? What was the total delay on the A380 program? Lord Snappy of Somerset asking, this model shop you go to, just wondering, do they do a model of your fan? No. I tell you what though, I wonder if that bloke would do one, Jilly. He'd probably sell a few. You know the bloke that you know, the cottage industry fella who does those little military jets. He'd probably make quite an easy thing for him to do, I would have thought. He probably would do a great job. Scratches and everything from the horses. No, he would. Well, no, I don't think he can. I don't think he can. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it, when we say we're going to do that, everyone's, oh, I'll buy one, I'll buy one, I'll buy one. We sell 3. Well, Paul did say that he'd come back to us with prices, didn't he? That was the most up-to-date thing. Morgan mentioning how many model planes. Yeah, folks, if you want to see the most incredible aeroplane die-cast model shop and display, I would say, then check out the video from yesterday. I did a live stream up at Aviation Retail Direct. It was pretty crazy. And the Alex Thompson, I don't think much tech actually transferred to the Max. It got large displays and maintenance system reporting updates, but the architecture is very much similar to the NG. Alex Thompson, yes, indeed it is. Yeah, the only difference is that back end, the APU, and also the wing as well. I think the wing obviously had the. You know, compared to the NG, the wing had the new Max split scimitar winglet, which is different than the previous one, which is you know, on the 800s and the 900s. So that back end there, you see the back end of that Dreamliner there. That's what they adopted on the Max, that style. Dave Batty. Oh, I don't know if I'd want a scale model of myself printed. It's quite a bumpy ride up there, isn't it? Gordon Freeman just noticed the logo and the tower on the screen. 767-300 zooming down there. Come on, let's go, let's go. Lucy Martin. Yeah. Actually, you know, if you were going to do one, Gilly, like that, what Ellis has just said there, you know, a diorama with the, you could put it on a little, you could make it the size of a, you know, a coaster, like a mug coaster, and have a little bit of that fake turf, you know. Thank you, Paul. Paul Skilling's just gifted a channel membership. Thanks, mate. And then have some horses in there, obviously, and then and me standing on the roof filming. You know, really? Because they do figures, don't they? That what they do it under license, or you do it for yourself? Karen wants a model of Chachi in prison stripes. He just thrown his lights on. Do anyone know the aviation shop in China? Well, it's interesting, isn't it? How good Aviation Retail Direct. There is a Japan Airlines pilot, ladies and gentlemen, and I've shown you his pictures from his diorama before. He's got some new ones up, by the way. Lufthansa 747 amongst others. He takes some amazing pictures from his diorama, he flies on the London Heathrow route so that he can go to ARD every time. He's coming in this week, I think it is. He's coming in very early on the very early morning flight, unfortunately. Oh, yes. Yes, Rachel Fox has gifted 5 channel memberships. Thank you, Rachel. See how accentuated the flapper-on is on the Dreamliner. Thank you, Rachel, gifting 5 channel memberships. Elizabeth G, Dave P, brand new members. Old Pratt & Whitney's. Look at the inside, the engine acoustic lining. You can see the acoustic lining in the the nacelle, the fan casing. Now that blue, that sort of like turquoise you're seeing there is Kevlar, and that's the lining for that will absorb any. Well, it's an acoustic lining, but also absorbs any fan blade that might dislodge, which you definitely don't want. See, that's a patch repair there, look. See the patch repair on the inner lining? Ankle monitor. See the tail, the engine illuminator lights there above the engine. See there on the fuselage? They're not absolutely necessary during daylight, obviously, but sometimes some pilots like to just throw all the lights on and have done with it. Show how it's got a Christmas village. Oh, here we go. Icelandair 767 coming out, folks. Oh, it's old school Big Jet TV with a little bit of new, but old school. Holder 2002, only for UK and maybe European operators, but certainly not American operators. I've noticed that every time I fly with the likes of Delta or United or American, everyone just sits down, puts the window blinds straight down. But you know, it's only mandatory on European and certainly UK operators. A bit intrigued to know what that is over there. Was an engine. There she is, folks. Oh, she might be going to intercept. There we go. Have a look at that. Isn't she lovely? Although the blue engine cowls don't quite match, do they? Yeah. Are they the same blue as the livery, as the text? Thomas N1 speed on the CF6 3,854 RPM. It's not a lot, is it? Has it? Sure, with the Simo and all that other stuff thrown in. Yeah, exactly. So, end of this month, folks. The end of the 757 era with Icelandair. It's not too bad. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Yeah, we've got to give it a try, haven't we? I think Icelandair might intersect. The old dirty back end on that United jet, mate. Yeah, because it's Christmassy, isn't it? And they've got, you know. Morgan, commercial jet engines typically operate around 6 to 10,000 RPM. Wow, during takeoff. Isn't it? Well, I think props were shaft power, weren't they? These two moving into position now. You know, when we talk about car engines being horsepower, I think prop engines are shaft power, aren't they? Don't think there is any sort of like horsepower equivalent on the look at that thing going up, man, on the modern jet engine, because it's operates in a different way, doesn't it, really? John Wealthy has just joined as a brand new member. John, stay tuned, mate, because if you are a new member, either a naturally grown member, or if you're a gifted member, make sure you check out we do have the great thing with the gifted membership system is that we do have so many people that hang around after their channel membership has run out at the end of 30 days. They generally tend to hang around, which is a great thing, because obviously, you know, it shows that we're kind of doing the right thing, really. Bringing entertainment to people's lives, education as well, which is great, because I love it when I hear about people who've either, you know, have been watching us for a long time. Oh, sorry about that. Got involved in the aviation industry. It does match. Yes, it does match. Yeah. The long spool up of the Trent 700, man. Yeah, they did match. Yeah, it was just a bit of a sort of like, you know, at an angle. Yeah. Alex Thomas, the high pressure spool is indeed almost 11,000 RPM. Morgan was asking about the fan. Okay. So around about 11,000 RPM. And revs per minute, what we're talking about, is revolutions per minute. You know, because they don't have pistons on these things, obviously. It's I'm guessing it's the revolution of the rotors, I'm guessing, on the compressor blades, or which part of the engine is doing 11,000 RPM. 25 years old, that United jet that just went out. Yes, there's nothing worse, is there, when you're in an aisle seat and you're looking across the two passengers who are sitting in the window seats. Got the window blind up, not even looking out the window as they're on approach, you like, and you're sort of like looking over and looking out the window, and every now and then they glance over. I'm like, do you want to come sit over here, mate? Okay, sit over there. It's like, you know, but I'd say probably 80% of people that fly on these planes are not in the slightest bit interested in that, and that's being I'd say probably closer to 90% of the people that fly on these planes are not in the slightest bit interested in aviation or how amazing aviation is. Stand by, I just need to straighten my head out a little bit. Say it right there. Ellen M, Jenny S, Steve Stibben, John Wealthy, we got you, John. Very warm welcome. Make sure you, as a premium member, as a new premium member, or as any member at all, you can now go and check out all of our previous overseas shows, both European and international. Most recent one, of course, being Anchorage. A lot of people commenting on how cool that was. But also looking at the potential for a new show format, folks, from the office, from the home office. We're just looking at the potential of doing something which is, we don't want to talk about it just yet. I know I've played and toyed around with different home office things before, but we're going to look at possibly doing something kind of on the same lines as On Air. In fact, we could even potentially continue to call it On Air, but it's just the format. Alex Thomas, true, but there are at least 2 shafts, 3 for Rolls-Royce, all at different speeds. Yes, shaft speed, isn't it? Shaft rotation, I'm guessing is what he's talking about there. Yeah, and there are some engines are 2 spool, some engines are 3 spool. That's why the problems that they're also having with the geared turbofan versus the non-geared turbofan. I think the Pratt & Whitney engine are also having issues with the GTF, the geared turbofan, where the gearbox is located actually right on the shaft, I think it is, as opposed to other gearboxes which have another form of attachment on the engine. These, I don't know whether they're Leaps or Pratt & Whitney's, but apparently the geared turbofan, the Pratt & Whitney engine is having a few issues we know about, which are obviously the fan, the compressor blades, and the type of material that they're using, namely powder that they're using to manufacture those fan blades with. It's very sophisticated the way they make these things, man. Very sophisticated, just fascinating. Steph, European Mystery Show is this week coming, or next week, if you want to, yeah. Nick Hulse, that's a relatively new 320neo off to Madrid. See, I think that's a LEAP engine, possibly. Sumange, yeah. I mean, I like it when I've got a window seat. If I'm not over the wing, because obviously you can't really look down, but if you're sort of slightly at the back of the wing where you get to look down, sometimes the exhaust heat can obscure the view, believe it or not. But it depends on where you are, etc., etc. Sometimes, especially when you're flying across and down into the United States from the top, fly over some amazing landscapes. Listen to those senses. It's in making all that noise. Geographic stuff, like, you know, you can see giant craters and things like that. I love it. I love flying over the Klondike and places like that. Fan Man is a returning member. Welcome back, Fan Man. So yeah, as a new channel member, make sure you check out your benefits. Wingtip on the Dreamliner. So that'll be the 115B engine, I'd imagine, on this 777 5-door. Different variants, different engine ratings. Have you replied to this Vignac? Blimey, Vignac, you need to look at our channel and see what we've done, mate. Wish you'd do live from different airports from across the world. Wow. Yeah, our first overseas international show was Los Angeles 2017. And since then, yes, we've been to Narita. Haven't been to New Delhi, we haven't been to Hong Kong, flown through it, but we are potentially doing Hong Kong. But I'd have a look, Vignac. Well, yeah, have a look, mate, have a look. Michael Todman is a returning member. Welcome back, Michael. Tuning in. Martin Smith, remnants of Hurricane Kirk due to arrive Wednesday, Thursday with possible rain and high winds for the south of the UK. What happens if that comes in heavy on Wednesday, GP? That's a funny one. You can make a song out of that. Because he's spamming for a shout out. Victor Barks is a new member. Welcome, Victor. You mentioned it one more time, mate. We're going to boot you down the road. Simple as that. You're out. 3 straights and you're out. Okay. If he's a big fan, then he knows all about Big Jet TV then, doesn't he? Back of the net. He's gone, mate. Alex Thomas, G90 sounds incoming. We've got a beautiful Pratt Whitneys there. Wind up these big GEs, mate. Oh. Karen's saying that we missed a viewer on the Cathay. Missed a viewer. Was she on here then? Were they on here or? Barry Price. Monkey tennis? Blimey, have we been live for 3 hours already? Oh, okay. Passes trying to say bye to Trinity Tane and finger kept pressing send instead. So did we have 2 people on that? No, okay. Yeah, look at this lovely old United 777-2. She's a 4-door. That's got Pratt & Whitney's. Now, how do I know that? Look at the green inner lining there on the engines. Look at it. 3D Heaven, welcome back 3D Heaven, the returning, and Victor Barks is a brand new member. John Wealthy. The reason why he pays more money is because he can choose which airplane. Can you do that? Well, I mean, look, put it this way. You know, if you fly, if you know what aircraft the airlines are operating and you fancy that, then yeah, for sure. Like when you fly Virgin, you're highly likely you're going to fly in a relatively modern aircraft. But even if you end up flying on the A330-300 with them, it won't be such a bad thing, will it? Arrow, this is the best location for engine views. Yeah, it is, because I'm sort of ground level, aren't I? So I do get to see some great close-up shots. And you can see why I didn't favour the when they were intersecting and weren't using. The other side's still closed off at the moment. The road, the taxiway works are still going ahead on this side, so you won't see them taxiing down Sierra. They will intersect or come down across the run. Like for instance, well, the Qatar 380 always does that anyway, doesn't it? That's an interesting morph to effect. Who would I like to be sitting next to? Oh my goodness me. From history, wow. Oh, it would have to be one of the Wright brothers, wouldn't it? You know, in terms of technology, or somebody like Barnes Wallis, or someone like that. Because a technician from aviation, somebody, a designer, maybe I don't know, someone who can, if it's a long haul flight, then you can have a long conversation with them. And I can talk to the cows come home, literally. It's the crash test plane, look. I'm joking, obviously, folks, but look at this. We've seen this recently quite a lot, this 777. This is a bit like when you're studying a shoal of dolphins or whatever, and lots of dolphins have individual marks on their dorsal fins or whatever it might be. This 777, its main identification mark is that engine cowl, the leading edge nacelle or nacelle cowl, which is which you sometimes see. Look at that, man. Honest with you, Frank Whittle. What about Frank Whittle? What about him as a your partner on a plane, or even in a pub? Alan Partridge, yeah. Rachel Van Zeller, yeah. That 777-3 is that's a repaired engine nacelle, which is quite interesting. You can see the engine itself has 3 independent units to it. The core cowl, which is the ones in the middle, which come up like flies' wings. Or actually not like flies' wings, more like ladybird wings. The engine cowl itself, yeah. Now the grey section there is clearly, as you can clearly see, is the section that slides backwards to expose the reverser panels, which are like and then of course the engine cowl. You can just about see where it joins the front there. You'll probably be able to see it much clearer on the Boeing, on the BA jet. Paul Donnelly, hi Jerry, over in T5 watching YouTube going to Boston, delayed for 2 hours. Ex-BA staff, love your shows. Paul from Rhode Island, there we go, Paul. Well, hopefully this has kept you entertained, Paul. I wonder if he can go to the end there. Can he? Yeah, it would be quite difficult actually. He'd have to kind of go. Yeah, a little bit difficult. And there's a way of doing it, but in fact, it's true, I think. But anyway, Paul, have a good flight when eventually you do go. Got to be honest with you, there are worse airports to be. I mean, that's overlooking. If you're in T5, overlooking the aprons. Pardon me. You can. It is. It's quite a good watch. You can see both runways. Not all of them, but Screaming Emu's back in the house. Screaming Emu Aviation, isn't it? About the GE90 to the 115B is the exclusive power plant for the 300ER and 200LR, and I think Alex, the 200 freighter as well runs the GE90 115B, I think, just because obviously it carries a lot of freight. Don't know if I'm right there. Fan man. Any plans for an EMA show? Not at the moment, Fan Man, but we are seeing if we can possibly do a Stansted show with China Cargo after meeting Josh yesterday. Screaming Emu. Yeah, Screaming Emu, sorry about yesterday. I did actually apologise at the front end of the show about not mocking, but about the compressed air that you use to blow the dust off your aeroplanes. The method that I was talking about is just the same, where you're brushing the dust off and potentially blowing it onto something else. I imagine that you probably do take your models outside and you've got your little can of compressed air to blow the dust off with. So I just wanted to put that straight, because I felt pretty bad about it. It came up in my morning wake-up mind. You know, when you wake up or before you go to bed, you're like, oh, did I say that? I'm kind of contradicting myself there, Jerry. So make sure that you say sorry to Screaming Emu. I do think about you lot, you know. I have to say, even after the show, I'm like, Jilly, when I said... Sandy Humpy loves a cargo show. Yeah, he has. Josh is a senior member of the cargo handling team at Stansted with China Cargo. He does from time to time come down to London Heathrow, where he oversees the operations, the belly freight operations with China, and he says that they ship a lot of salmon, which obviously comes from salmon farms, I'm guessing in Scotland mainly, but also they get shipped over from is it Scandinavia, where the salmon are, and places like that, Norway and Finland and places like that. Maybe I'm completely wrong, I don't know, up in that bit that, you know, the anyway, Screaming at you. That's funny, man. Sasha McCarthy, Jerry, the Ryanair jets are being looked into for safety reasons. Yeah, the FAA, I think, in America have put a maintenance request. Well, actually, it's a proviso, not a proviso. What do you call it? Anyway, that all not all 737s, but a number of 737, what types are they, have got potential rudder, because a while ago an aircraft, a 737 MAX that was landing had the rudder pedals lock on them, which caused the aircraft to vacate the runway. So they have put a proviso out, an inspection, regulatory whatever, for operators to inspect the actuators or something on their 737 MAX fleet. See, that does look quite cool, doesn't it, Jilly? See that? Trent 7000 engine. What? Aaron Thomas only used the 800 and the MAX. I didn't see the front. I kind of went in on the back. Oh, yes, big. Oh, just for a moment there. Oh, Richard the Roadie. No, it's not based on any airport. Yeah, that is a bit of a shame, isn't it? Because we'd have to wait here till God knows what time for when it goes out, Jilly. Oh, I tell you what though, we'll see it crossing the runway. Yes, it'll be the right hand side, yes. Oh, I thought that was a Lufthansa A346 for a minute. Just looking at that. Look, see, Lufthansa A346. Well, it looked a bit like one, just for a second, sorry. Out the corner of my eye, okay? Oh wait, we do input rudder for landing, so that's in the air. Just give me input rudder for landing. No, not it was when the aircraft was on the ground that they went to steer the aircraft with the rudders, obviously, and it locked, or it's semi-locked or something. Yeah, not during the landing phase, but once the aircraft had touched the ground and was wheels on ground. Rolling down the road, dim, 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 dim. I'd want to sit next to Warren Hazelby's own. He's a BA flight engineer for Concorde. Flew last flight November 2008. He also worked on Lockheed TriStar. Well, I'll be honest with you, I've met quite a few people who are from the olden days of aviation, and I love talking to them, man, because that was the era that my dad was in. They replicated it in flight though. What, the rudder? Hard over, because obviously, you know, it was the rudder pedals that got stuck, I think. The actuators or something like that. Sarah Deal off to Dallas Fort Worth Planespotting, flying on an A220 on JetBlue. Wow. Not an old plane. No, neither do I. It's very funny, Mrs. Sloopage. United 777-200 on radar to Houston Star Alliance livery. Look at the hello. Who's that? Hello. Who's that behind me? Oh, just me. Do you mind? Oh, I was just having a look. You're quite big, aren't you? Yes, I'm very big. Maybe one day you can grow up to be as big as me. But for the time being, would you mind moving on a bit? I need to back out, you see. Oh, sorry about that. Hello. Hello. Where are you off to then? Oh, New York, old boy. Well, have a lovely time. What about you? Oh, just Dallas. See you then. So here's your repaired engine nacelle, folks. So we mustn't miss the the Etihad special livery crossing. Hopefully it will be in check. It will be in view. It's going to cross to Terminal 4, so we will get it. Frontier 321 in Las Vegas. Looks like they smoked the brakes and caught the wheels on fire. Trucks are right there. Hamad Khan, Jerry, what do you think of the new Emirates livery? Well, the fact that it isn't that much of a sort of like change, all it is really is just the special livery. There you go, Jilly. Yeah, I like that. You see, now I like that. Yeah. Yeah, the other side's not so cool, but this side is definitely cool, man. Yeah, I like that. Interestingly, he's gonna a little bit closer, so we should when they cross the active. Tell you what, it's cold enough for the gloves, mate. Skillfully engineered to get that so flush, that panel. What that would have been a result of. May have been a result of like ice being flicked up into the upper. Highly unlikely though, because those panels they're quite thick. They're really quite thick, so could possibly be of something that was damaged during maintenance. Something like that. We landed overweight with the trucks waiting like that back when I flew the A320. It's an unrelated issue, but it wanted a return to the field and we didn't want to waste time burning gas. Because we've got him sitting there, but he's not really active at the moment. So he's gonna pull to the other position. Yeah. Stuff going. Rachel Van Zeller, very funny. Sounds like the start of a joke. Batman, Wonder Woman, and Superman are on the plane together, and Batman says to. Yeah, what, Robin, eh? Superman says to Wonder Woman, hey Wonder Woman, have you... No, doesn't work. Steph flying to Cabos. From Cabos to YYZ with Air Canada E175 next June. E175 is that the E2 that you're flying with? See now, look at the see that little patch there. That's an engine nacelle repair. So these nacelles are obviously very important. They're heated. They got heating systems in them and everything to prevent ice build-up, and they've got also got an acoustic lining in them. So the engine nacelle, that front part of the engine there, actually carries out quite an important part. And the scalloped shape that you see there on the engine, the aft bar, it's a NASA design, folks. That's designed and developed by NASA, specifically for Boeing. Didn't quite work out the way it should have done, though. Well, I say specifically designed by NASA. They were actually out on the the CF34 engine, and in fact on the CFM56 engine as well. The exhaust tip has a or outlet directional segment, whatever it is, actually has those scalloped shapes to them. H-Man has gifted a channel membership. Thank you, H-Man. Yeah, so interesting. A lot of 777 aircraft being having another recommendation by the FAA. I think it was for fuel line inspections. Well, actually, not fuel line inspections, but primarily the GE-powered aircraft. Let's go straight out. It's the static strapping on the there we go. The FAA has issued an airworthiness directive for lightning strike risk on Boeing 777s. It's also the same on the 747. Nothing to be concerned about, folks. It's just the aging. There is an inspection stage for when they're inspecting fuel lines and that strapping. They're saying that the strapping should be inspected more regularly because of obviously the feedback that they've had about it. Yeah. Should have carried on the same theme on the other side, to be honest. Yeah. Mrs. Flufish, that's funny. Start a conversation about weighing passengers. I wonder if Finnair did they continue on with that weighing passengers? And listen, folks, this is not weighing passengers because you're either too large or too small or whatever it might be. Nothing to do with that. To do really with your body weight. It's more to do with getting an accurate measurement of everybody's weight so that they can calculate the fuel load better. It's the only reason why they do it. So in other words, when you put your check-in bag on the weighing scale, yeah, you will, as well as your weight, your check-in bag, you will stand on a scale as well, which will be right next to it won't be a scale like an old school weighing scale. It will just be obviously some kind of a plate that is able to measure, probably without you even knowing it, to measure your weight. And then they don't say, oh sir, I'm afraid you're going to have to cut your arm off because you're 2 kilos overweight or something like that. It's nothing like that. It's just a case of like they make a note of your weight and then they get all the passengers' weights, all the passengers' luggage weight, average out the carry-on baggage, and then they're able to probably save quite a considerable amount of fuel for when they fuel the aircraft. And when you consider that over a year, for example, you're talking about a big saving on fuel and therefore cutting back on the manufacturing of those said fossil fuels, and so on and so forth. It's just an easier way of calculating it, because the calculations that they use these days they use just an average weight per person per human, and then just use that in the calculations. And sometimes it's either over or sometimes it's under. I remember a pilot telling me that the actual weight is this guy's going straight out, I think. Wow. A big puff of soot, man. Craig Russell, this one off to YYZ. Watch it again, man. Tell you what, watch it against the look at the heat coming out of that engine, man. Here we go. There it is. Wow! Wow! H-man, nifty 50 turn and burn. Yeah, I can't laugh. I should laugh at that, yeah. Craig Russell asking if we can see the arrivals from the location, because there is an Emirates destination Dubai 380 from Dubai, obviously, due in 27 minutes. Well, I can. You'll just have to keep reminding me, Craig. Let me know when it's on finals, and hopefully Jilly will catch it and she will tell me. Expo jet, isn't it? It used to be the Expo jet. Barry Price, a little bit of jet wash sometimes. Get a little bit of a warm rush. Tommy Thompson, XWB, looks so cool and graceful on tape. It's an amazing front end, in it. Very much like the old Comet. I've got to say, of all the cockpit window manufacturing / assembly techniques, it is the most streamlined one out there, isn't it? The 787. Although I have had it on good authority that some customers have received 787s with cracked windows, or some which have the windows have cracked after or failed. That's why you sometimes see a new surround around the window where they've replaced that panel for whatever reason. Called out to Auto Glass Repair, Auto Glass Replace. Streamline that is, man. That's the Swiss 220, by the way, folks. It's not that Dreamliner. hot. About the actual weight. There was nothing about the actual weight with the pilot. It was more about the weight of, well, where did he miss it from? I kind of finished it just to say that, you know, the reason why Finnair were doing that experiment. Oh yes, a pilot told me about weight, and that was that if they were able, when they are calculating how much fuel they're going to put on the plane, all of the weights, apart from obviously carry-on luggage and the passengers, are a calculation which are inaccurate. Those two measurements are relatively inaccurate in terms of, so they have to allow over for it. So an average weight of what, 80 pounds or something, I don't know, whatever the Americans do, and for the UK maybe 11 stone maybe, or 10 stone or something like that. But if you were to measure each individual passenger and get a true and far more accurate weight, it means that you would be able to use less fuel, because one pilot told me that sometimes they're sort of like quite a number of tons overweight for their fuel, with all the contingencies built in. That's what he told me. So in other words, there's always fuel left over, which kind of like, you know, it sort of like balances itself out, I guess, because when you reach your destination, the remaining fuel is left over in the aircraft. The aircraft will tell you exactly how much fuel you've got left in it. When you calculate your next trip, you allow for that fuel that's in the tanks already, take that off your fuel load, and then blah blah blah. So really, to be honest with you, it doesn't, you know, unless, however, if you did, because you're always going to have fuel left over in the tanks, you're not going to have empty tanks. Eve Hoskett, well, no. I'm guessing it's difficult, isn't it? You know, because if you're travelling 2 adults and 2 kids, you know, I guess the automatic systems will calculate the weight, the average weight of, I don't know, kids of whatever age they are. I don't know. But all I know is that they have to, in terms of, you know, because the aircraft needs its fuel based on, or the amount of fuel that the aircraft needs is based on the length of time it's going to be flying, and also the weight that it's carrying. More so the weight that it's carrying, but also they have to allow for delays and rerouting. They have to allow for, if they have halfway across the Atlantic and they have to turn back, but mainly it's diversions, holding, go around, taxiing, the flight itself, plus contingencies and all that kind of stuff. Well, there we go. Yeah, James Dayton. Surely fuel consumption will be higher if you're carrying unnecessary fuel. Yeah, because you're carrying more weight and therefore you've got more fuel burn. So yeah, the more accurate you can make those numbers, then the closer you can get to it, and the less the fuel burn will be, I'm guessing. Resonance over the fan blades, like blowing air across a beer bottle. Screaming, we're obviously talking about the noise that you get from the Pratt & Whitneys on the A220s. That's funny. Thank you for the fact. Steph, do they still make passengers move to seats to balance weight? Well, one thing they will do, they will start from the middle outwards, won't they? Obviously, you've got your business class up front. There's nothing you can do about that. But I have been on flights where they've been, well, more so on short haul flights, where they've been the flight's been relatively empty, and they do say to the passengers, please do not change your seats. But also, I remember when we were flying during, after COVID, when flying was just coming back, that the flights were only sort of like half full or even a quarter full. They sit everybody over the wing because that is your centre of gravity, which is quite critical to the aircraft's flying characteristics. Feather duster, I haven't been on a flight that hasn't been full, or almost full in a long time. Yeah, if all the flights. Jay Savvy, it's about how much fuel to carry the fuel. Yes, it's less fuel needed, less fuel they use. There we go, Jay, just like I was saying. Craig Russell, yeah, we've got that marked for Japan Airlines flying their A350-1000 October 24th. We've got a couple of things happening towards the end of the month. Icelandair going to be their last operation with the 757. We believe that they are going to be there are sort of like, it's a little bit up in the air, forgive the pun, in terms of the exactly what they're going to do with their 757s, whether they're obviously going to retire them from passenger commercial service, but they may use them for charters, additional charters, but certainly the last 757 operation out of Heathrow, that's what we're going to be here for. Screaming Emu Aviation, at Cape Air my trim wheel was running back and forth and I thought it was an autopilot issue. Turns out passengers were moving seats to take pictures. Wow, how crazy is that, man? Lisa Bins. Well, if they restrict your air miles, then that's fine. But you know, it's a competition. I don't know if they do. I don't know if they do. Aaron Thomas, interesting, this morning we saw going out early doors was the Finnair A350. The reason for that is, and something that I learned actually from somebody here on the channel, the reason why the likes of Iberia and Finnair bring their 350s into London Heathrow is for belly cargo, I believe. I think it's if there's a particular amount of belly freight that's being flown in, or well, usually flown in, to be honest with you. Very little comes out in terms of belly freight from London Heathrow, but they'll be flying a lot of frozen fish. And also I understand from Josh that we have a very healthy crab, frozen crab export industry here in the UK, which I believe is from pens up in Scotland. Victor Charlie 10 will be interesting to see when Jet2 retire their 757. They still have 6. Yeah, Well, I'm guessing when they can get their 321s in it. Isn't that what Jet2 are replacing their 757 fleet with? And BYAA saying that 3 are being retired this November. Thank you, BYAA. Planespotting buzzard. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, if they do, they do. Nothing we can do about it, is there? No. Yeah, Craig got heard about that last month. Ethiopian. We actually caught sight of that, or at least I did, down in Toulouse. Ethiopia's first A350-1000. Obviously, they've tried and tested the 350-900 for as long as they have, because Ethiopia is quite a dry climate, isn't it? So sandy and dry, a bit like what they have in Qatar and places like that, and the Emirates. So that'll be good feedback for Emirates, and also good news for Airbus to know that I don't know if Ethiopian have been initially ordered the A350-9 to see how well it performed on the routes, or just as an aircraft in general, or paid more specific attention to the engine overhaul, time on wing, which is really important for operators when they're choosing an engine type, especially if there is an exclusive engine type like there is with the XWB. There's a platinum award scheme with Delta, is it? Joining us this afternoon. Hope you're doing well, folks. Sunday afternoon, 2:16 here in London. Nice Air Canada triple rolling up to the line. Like it. Just waiting for that Emirates 380 to push, you know. Because any moment now we should have that Craig Russell, they may add the 350-1000 to the London route with Ethiopia. Yeah, so would I, Michael. Sarid 63, interesting. I'm just going to cut to this triple, folks. Look at the big smile on its face. Look how happy that 777 is. Looking very sort of like, look at me. Sarid saying, Jerry, one of my customers was a Scottish salmon fish company, and they would ship up to 3 aircraft pallets worth via Heathrow. I had to attend the checks before beer. There we go. It's a very lucrative business going out to the Far East, the Asiatic regions. How long does it take a salmon to mature? Rear wheel steering on the 777, back set of gear there, folks. You actually see it straightening out there, man. Counter steer. Platinum Star Award, I think, was the logo on the front of the Delta jet. Nick Hulse, my subwoofer is bouncing. Nick, that's great, mate. Look at this lovely new aeroplane, man. Look at the braking system there, man. Sorry if anybody doesn't, you know, really appreciate zoom, deep zoom, but I'm sorry. This is a good opportunity to do it. A good opportunity to get a close-up look at the engineering of these incredible aircraft. And yes, the main landing gear and the wheels and all that kind of stuff is a pretty damn cool piece of technology, which I really like. I'm really into my engineering, folks. Wow, yeah, look at that. Little bit of adiabatic movement on the wings there. That was Joan Jet. That was their latest aircraft, was it? Thank you, Raskas. WestJet just sitting down there waiting. Watching these planes come hurtling towards them, man. What a great position to be sat in for that WestJet. Yeah. Molly. Kathy Williams, Jerry, EK29 landing 5 minutes. Okay, let me just have a little look on my flight radar 24 and make sure that I don't miss that. See where she's at right now. Okay, she's just turning into the back of... Be great if she came in rogue, wouldn't it? She won't though. She won't from that. But coming in from that angle, I would have thought. tell you what will also be a good position here for Gilly. We'll be able to see the Vader and blah blahs at work, the de-icing teams at work. That'll be pretty cool from here. Okay, just heading onto the back of the stack now, 5,500 feet. Go on, mate, keep going, keep going. Don't turn. She's coming in on 09 left. I've got my eyes on Flight Radar 24, folks, just clocking EK29 inbound. She's just joined the back of the stack. She's now fully established. For what? Slightly smaller wheel set than the 777 on the A350. Interesting design feature of the middle set of wheels on the A350 has a very slightly narrower gate, as in axle width, and by doing that means that they are able to not have to use a tilt mechanism like on the Boeing, so that the undercarriage fits perfectly into the undercarriage bay itself. So now you can get a little look at the calipers here. You see behind the wheels there, you see those, well, you've got to kind of know what you're looking for, but you can clearly see the calipers there, of which it's on a great big disc, basically. I'm going to come across and just catch that, because that is where you get to see all that amazing heat and we've seen them all, haven't we? All the different okay. Oh, sorry folks, sorry. Yeah, but mate, it's a long time to wait on the basis that it might not. She's 3 out. I think she's 3 out, isn't she? Oh, get the Emirates 380 going out. Get the Emirates 380 going out. Now you can see the difference in the engine cowls there. Look, see the leading edge nacelle, the core cowls in the shiny blue, and then the reverser doors. As per normal, Emirates bang on schedule, aren't they? One inbound, one just pushed back. Left the seat nice and warm for him, hasn't he? 2,000 feet. Approaching minimums. I think they call it. I think the system starts calling at 2,500. I think some pilots have it set on different altitudes. I think, I don't know. Or someone did say to me that a pilot did say to me that the call out starts at 2,500. Then you can have it call out whatever variables you want, I think, or whether it is an auto setting. Yeah, I got him. Yep, he's over the reservoirs now. So he should come into shot. Gonna come past and shoot this. Some like it, some don't. I think it's quite nice. It's the Expo Emirates 380, now at 1,000. Pardon me. We've got a BA 380 coming out as well, we believe. Flip barrier there. Only BAE 146 is still flying. Probably with the Royal Navy or something. I don't know. With a, I don't think there are. There may be with some like I don't know. Maybe somewhere up in the Hebrides or something like that. I don't know. Airbus may call 2,500 now, think about it, 2,500. Sounds familiar, wow. John G, this Emirates livery hasn't been to Birmingham yet. Oh, Aidan Campbell, Qantas still have the BA 146 flying. There we go. Thank you, Aidan. There's an airline in Chile who operates the BAERJs to the Antarctic. Wow, old school, man. Old school. Not a computer in sight. Be a few iPads on it, but that'll be it. So this is the old engined IAE current engine option, as they call it. But it's not actually available anymore. I don't think they offer the 320 with an IAE engine anymore. Aidan Campbell, 229 BAE 146s were built between 83 and 93. About 140 aircraft remain in service. There we go. Germany is a major operator of both the Series 200 and Series 300 versions of BAE 146. British Aerospace Engineering, I think, the BAE acronym, or yeah. That's right, isn't it? Aerospace Engineering, there we go. Michael Bodnar, after your trip to the shop, I'm tempted to buy myself a Delta 757 model with 90s livery if I can find one. Delta with 90s livery. Well, have a look and see. They've got some retro well, they're not really retro, are they? Retro is sort of like 70s and 80s, isn't it? 90s, I don't know what, I'd have to have a look. Delta livery 1990. Let's have a little look and see. Delta livery 1990 apostrophe S. Go. Images. Go. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. I like that. The beautiful evolution of 19. Okay. Wow. Yeah, I like that one. I like that one. That's probably the better of all the Delta liveries. Beautiful example on this 767, I think. Properly named dark nose widget livery. Previous versions of this livery featured a cheat line that went straight into the nose cone without the blend. Okay, looks nice, Max. Lovely old livery. But that's the dark nose widget livery, 82 to 97. So that may be the one that you're looking at, mate. The widget livery, and I'm pretty sure I've seen versions of that, examples of that at the shop. Jedi Master Joe, is it me, or do the inboard engines on the 380 seem to point down further than the outboard engines? It may be an optical illusion, but I do see what you're saying actually. From that angle, it certainly looks like the outboard engines have got a pitch, an upward pitch to them, don't they? And you know what, you might well be right there, because the engine positioning on a wing they don't all have to be equal. It's down to the aerodynamics, and when they build the aircraft and test it in the wind tunnels, that they know the pitch, and not only the pitch up and down, but also the toe in or the toe out, as they call it. It's a bit like the front wheels of a car, where you toe the wheel in or you toe it out for different race settings, basically. But in the case of an engine, it's important that the engine is towed correctly and also pitched correctly. So yes, it may appear, and it may be, that the outboard engines are at a different angle than the inboards. Hodgie, remember that old livery on Delta MD-11 at Gatwick? I definitely remember it when I were a lad. So what was that? What year was that? It was at right, 82 to 97. Now 82. So let's just say 60s. I was 19 years old. So at that point, I was still sort of like living down south. And sort of like knowledgeable of liveries and stuff like that before I started gallivanting off to America and places. Yeah, I definitely remember that lovely old Delta livery, and more so on the 767s, the old 767s, the short stubby one, wasn't it? Yes, Martin Smith, also take wing flex into account. Although it has to be said that the main flex of the wing, especially the 380, is actually the outboard section outward of the number 2, the number 1 and number 4 engine. The wing tip, the very outer section, is where the flex mainly occurs. But yeah, that will. It doesn't like literally stop there, but obviously it flexes from that root point. Blimey, Jedi Master Joe has gifted 10 channel memberships. Thank you, Joe. That's very kind of you. Do I call him Joe? Nigel Armstrong also noticed the inner engine mounting from the wing is slightly deeper. We're talking about the pylon, the engine pylon. I don't know. They seem very similar to me. Maybe a bigger gap on the outboard one. Yeah, you might be right. Actually, the outboard engine does appear to have a slightly deeper pylon than the inboard one. Definitely, I'll go with that. Thanks, Jedi Master Q. Mr. Avocado Man has gifted a channel membership. Like a bit of avocado, mate. Oh, like me avocado. Ooh. Crushed. Build A380 wing root is just enormous, mate. Look at the size of it, mate. Can't help but look at that writing and laugh out loud. Sorry, deep zoom rapid. Sorry. Yes, of course, the two different variants of the A380, just literally engine type. That's all it's down to. All of BA's fleet run the Rolls-Royce Trent 900 engine, whereas the Emirates fleet operate both the Trent 900 and the Engine Alliance 97, I think it is. The EA 2750, was it? GP7200, isn't it? The Engine Alliance, which is very similar engines, but obviously just one is manufactured by Rolls-Royce, the other by the Alliance package. I don't think either of them use. I think they both have a titanium blade on them. I don't think the GP7200 runs the carbon, the composite blade, I don't think. It's not often you see two engine alliances. It's actually the two main American engine manufacturers, Pratt & Whitney and General Electric, getting together to create an engine option for the A380. I don't know which has performed better, to be honest with you, whether, you know, in terms of on-wing time. Could be my niece's husband flying that jet, left-hand seat. is #1 on flight radar. Did something odd over the Meg. Okay. Thumbnail there, Jilly. Full up with A380. Did you timestamp the other one? I'd say those engines are definitely differently angled, aren't they? When I said earlier on, Julie, no, you didn't get it earlier on though. Oh yes, that was it, yeah. Pammy Cambo. Save a bit for me, will you? John O'Godley. Well, that's a discussion for another show, but a great discussion all the same. Doesn't happen in commercial aviation, I have to say. No in-flight refueling on these jets. Only on the military stuff. Giant jet. Aaron, I don't think they're affected in any way, really, to be honest with you, my friend. You see the split rudder assembly on the 380. You see the lower section operating independently of the upper section seat. Reduces the stress because the tail is so tall. It literally needs two rudders to operate. Not two rudders per se, but it needs that split rudder. It's a good. It also acts as a redundancy measure as well. If they lose two engines on takeoff, you'll find that the aircraft will want to massively pull the opposite way. So that rudder, that rudder can be utilised to offset that very unlikely event. Eldoof the Third. Imagine having electric powered engines 0 to 6,000 feet in 10 seconds. Well, we'd all love that. Flipping heck, yeah. That one day when they develop electrical impulse power, when it'll be like pulse pulse energy, you know, like almost like an electric shock, where it's like the electrical pulse will be so powerful that it'll be able to eject the headoplane at a huge speed. But there's only a certain amount of speed that you can go before you start affecting the passengers on board the aircraft, needing to wear sort of like special, you know, restraining suits and stuff like that for G-forces. Michael K, yeah, to be honest with you, Michael K, most of the aviation fuel that you're that we know about is bought on the futures markets. Airlines basically pre-buy their fuel, both sustainable and fossil at this stage. Shot from a railgun, L2 for the third, yeah. John Chatton's got his stickers. John's got his stickers. Yes, John's got them, brilliant. That's fantastic. See all that panelling there, that panelling that you see, the darker panelling, was an addition. I'm pretty sure that's all been additional since these aircraft were originally assembled. Maybe during heavy maintenance or Dustin Jackson's gifted a membership. Thank you, Dustin. We've probably caught him a couple of times, GP. Jakarta, yeah, I'll be honest with you, Jakarta, you're just as likely to get lead poisoning from vehicles on the road as you are living in close proximity to an airport. Obviously, you know, it depends on where you stand and, you know, the level, the intensity of it, but, you know, I'd worry more about your kids walking to school and, you know, breathing in all the fumes from the buses and that, and the trucks and lorries and stuff that goes past, you know. Maybe get to wear a mask, who knows, you know, would that not be such a bad thing? Well, Fly SSC, I'm waiting for the new 777 with folding winglets to enter service. You and half a million other people. That's some way off, I would imagine. The earliest, end of 2026, I think, the earliest. They're thinking of 14 jets a month, aren't they? Dustin Jackson, I think. Dustin Jackson gifting him channel membership. Thanks, mate. Good question, Scott. I think you'll find that if you leave the brakes off, the aircraft will tend to creep forward, even when they're on idle, because they're still pretty flipping powerful even when they're on idle. I think maybe that's a question for one of our pilots, but I would imagine certainly on the bigger aircraft with the bigger engines, you'd be looking at keeping your feet on the brakes or parking brake, because when the aircraft comes to a stop and you're for any particular amount of time, like this 320 that you're looking at here, they've probably got the parking brake on, I would imagine. Yeah, I read about that, Jilly, but it says we'll consider you know, they plan to resume restoration once the hostilities have, well, so when's that going to be? Okay, Scream Nemi, we set the parking brake every single time we stop anywhere, generally. There we go. So the answer is yes. The aircraft will creep forward if you don't apply the brakes. Step on the brakes, please. Our TRT GP. Starting to spot the rain. Well, folks, right. Well, like I say, next Wednesday at this moment is planned for, scheduled at this point is scheduled for a mystery European show. Okay. However, we do believe that there are some pretty gusty conditions heading this way for Wednesday/Thursday. So tomorrow and Tuesday we will monitor it. Well, actually, more so tomorrow because I'm leaving on Tuesday. So we will monitor it and see what happens. Oh, okay. Well, okay. So anyway, it's looking very much like it's going to be a mystery show, European show on Wednesday, folks. We look forward to seeing you then. Go and check out that. I'm quite. What's the views on that ARD show, GP? We'll let this American triple go, and then we. Yeah, see, Steph's saying gnarly weather on its way. Well. At the moment, the forecast apps are not showing anything. Okay, that's pretty damn good, man. Okay, there we go. Steph saying gnarly weather in Europe too. So thank you, everybody. Everybody who has been with us for the first time today, welcome. Glad to see you with us. You'll see that we have a fantastic community. Make sure you subscribe to the channel so that every time you open your YouTube up, you'll get your notifications. And you can also download the app as well, which will give you a show updates. It will also, we've got a calendar on there, updated as and when we can, obviously, the calendar. We don't pre-plan all of our overseas shows, folks. It would just be far too difficult to do that. If you want, if you fancy it, give us a like on the way out. If you don't, then it's no problem at all. We look forward to seeing you the next time. Next Wednesday is going to be overseas, so we're going to be out of town, folks, with our members. Wow, that's a full send departure, man. Yeah, thanks everyone. I've got rain coming this way, GP, so get ready to deploy the vehicle to come and pick me up, because we will see you next week. All members, it will be a mystery show on Wednesday, and we will see you back here in London on the following Sunday, next Sunday, unless we do something earlier than that. So thanks everybody. We appreciate your time. But we'll see you.
next week, members, and Sunday we'll see you back here in London. In the meantime, if you want to go and check out the channel, knock yourselves out, subscribe, do whatever. We've got like a very extensive list of live shows and obviously videos as well that we've uploaded, but you'll see that we do operate from multiple places around the world. Heathrow, good old Heathrow, it's our bread and butter, and we love it, folks. We love it. It's funny, you know, I get people saying that love the overseas shows and all that, but there's nothing like Heathrow. There isn't, is there? It's like a big comfort blanket, isn't it? Look after yourselves, folks. We'll see you next week. Cheers. Bye bye. KTP. It's just started raining.